Okay. I feel, yes, now. Hello, everyone. Hello, I am troopersjp, and this is Foxhole Fridays. We're doing a Tales from the Foxhole, and I want to thank you for bearing with me. I had a very exciting, not really, sort of 12-hour marathon work thing that I left early for so I could come here. And today, there's a lot going on today for today's stream. And more than you can know, but you'll find out. You will find out. So, hi. I'm really excited to be here. 3 of our players could not make it for the Gamblers, our Traveler campaign, which means I have scheduled a going solo where I do a solo one-shot, but I might do more than one-shot tonight. I have prepared 3 different espionage one-shots, 3 different espionage solo RPGs. How many of them will we get to? I don't know. I cannot tell you that. That's not something I can answer. But we will certainly get through at least one, but maybe more. We will find out. Yes, we've got some spy versus spy, Scabinak, and I let me do the intro stuff, and then I'll tell you some other things because we have a few things to think about and talk about. It was a little bit of madness getting everything done that I wanted to do, and I was not able to do enough research on Latvia, which I clearly wanted to do, but you can't always do research on Latvia. Do you know what I mean? But yes. So let me do the boring stuff first. Hi, thank you for being here. If you would like to support us, please do. You can support me at Patreon. We have patrons, and they go help pay for the cast of the shows. Also, doing solo RPGs also help pay for the cast for the shows because I pay myself last, and I usually don't pay myself for solo games. But that's over at Academic Foxhole, and that helps a bunch, especially with now that Travelers is regularly a 5-player game. And you can also support by giving tips and bits, and if you do, I'll read out those tips and bits messages at the end or during break. And you can also, but more importantly, you can be here and support by watching either live or on YouTube. And all of those who are here and chatting and being with me is, you make it all worthwhile. And so I want to thank you for all of that. I have got stuff going on, everybody. A lot of things. So let me see. Tips and bits, watching us, retweet if you like. You don't have to if you don't want to, but if you do, you can. And I'm troopersjp. This is the foxhole that I run, and all of you are my battle buddies, and we're doing our going solo. That's like the big preamble stuff, right? So let me tell you all about what we're doing today and what we're not doing today and what we might be doing today and who knows, and then also other things. So yeah, so I thought to myself, well, I'm going to be doing a going solo. What do I want to do? I thought, you know what, what would be a good solo RPG? And I thought, why don't I do an espionage, solo espionage RPG? Because I haven't done one of those. I haven't done that genre yet for solo. Now, you know me, I have to be thorough, and I did a bunch of research, and I gathered many solo RPG, spy RPG games. Far more than I could run tonight. I currently have in my 11 different spy solo RPGs in my folder, of which I've put 3 in our schedule for today. I would like to do more, but some of them will take more than one session. I spent far more time than I should have trying to track down the solo adventure on Her Majesty's Secret Service, which was for the James Bond RPG, which came out in 1983. I was not able to. That's too epic. It's like 4 linked adventures. I cannot run that tonight, but maybe I'll run it in the future. Because I was like, oh, I want to get a really nice, good mix of different kinds of RPGs, and there's an OSR hack that I was not able to prep for today. but I know that you will forgive me. But we have 3 games, which are all indie games, all sort of narrativist, but I feel like they might give slightly different vibes. And the first one we're going to do is Numb3r Stations. And that one took the most preparation, but also the one that tried to get me, that really made me want to do a lot of extra research in ways that I should not have, but it made me want to a whole lot. And yeah, we're going to do that one first. That one, yeah, we'll talk more about that when we actually get there. And then the second one that I've got prepped for today is Operation Swordbreak, which is a Wretched and Alone game. And so you probably cannot see it, but right there you can see it. There's my little Jenga tower. I have the Jenga tower ready for us, you know, in case for that one. That one is also ready. I've been doing some stuff. And then the third one is No Day to Die. And No Day. So the first two are a little bit more like serious sort of spy genre, Le Carré sort of inspired. And No Day to Die is very James Bondian. And that one, I suppose I should just go backwards, right? So No Day to Die is one of those kind of solo games that uses oracles. It doesn't use dice, but uses cards. And this one is a sort of like a very sort of oracle driven by Zoser, and they do Zoser does a lot of solo games. They're a bit more well, I suppose we'll find out. And then so this is cards. Operation Swordbreak is being a Wretched and Alone game. Uses cards, but also the Jenga tower and dice. And then lastly, which is the first one we're going to do, is Numb3r Stations. So, hi. Shall we talk? I feel like we should talk. Yes. So, I cannot guarantee that we'll get to the James Bond one today. We might just do 2. That might be all we have time for. We might have time for 3. It really depends on how quickly I die. You know, in these games, it really, really depends. That's unclear. But this is going to be a little interesting for me, from me to you, for a couple of reasons that I'm going to share with you right now. So first off, you may notice that I'm wearing my headset rather than my little in-ear earbuds. I'm doing that for the first one. I might swap out my headset between the first and the second, but for the first one, I definitely need these. So, how do I want to introduce this? I mean, like, there's the actual game, but then there's like meta stuff that I want to talk about. It might be time for a little bit of story time, perhaps. Let me pull up the Roll20. We do not need the Roll20 for this game because that is not how we deal with anything in this particular game. But I do want to share something with you. There is art that I made some art, as you do. You're not going to be able to see this very well. Maybe you will, actually. I really can't say. But here is the sort of play mat that I made as the base for today. And sorry, my kitties need food. And since you haven't started, this seems like a good time to give them some. Go give them some food. That right there is what we call the elephant cage. It's the Flare 9. For those of you who do not know, I was a spy when I was in the Army. And so it'll be a little bit nostalgic for me in its own way. And that Flare 9, you're not allowed to take photographs of it. However, there are public domain photographs of it, so there you go. And that Flare 9 spans 40 acres. It's concentric antenna. There's like a small, we saw it in the opening credits, which I was very excited about. There's a small little building and then these concentric circles of linked antenna. And it covers 40 acres. It's this massive thing. And there were many, many of them. Well, maybe not that many. There were some of them. And I believe the United States decommissioned its very last Flare 9 in 2016. So the United States no longer has any more currently functioning Flare 9s, which is sort of sad. But fascinating story as I was doing my research for today's first game is that the Flare 9 you're seeing in that photograph is the Flare 9 that I worked at in Germany. And when the United States left Augsburg, it turned over that antenna over to the BND, the Bundesnachrichtendienst, which is like their version of the NSA. And they're still using it. Now, people would think, why do you even need that anymore? Because nobody's using radio in that way. It's sort of like a relic of the past and no one needs it. However, as it turns out, I was just seeing a news article where they were talking to a German official who is with the BND, and it turns out that they're still using that Flare 9, the elephant cage that I was at. They're still using it, even though there's nothing to listen to, except that, as it turns out, in the war between Russia and the Ukraine, there is stuff to listen to because they still use old radios, and they were able to find out and sort of get evidence of sort of war crimes being done by the Russians towards the Ukrainians because it was being sort of put on these old school radio styles, and they could use that that elephant cage to overhear it. So good old school elephant cage still has some usages. So this first game we're going to do, so I wanted to have, for this first game, which is actually very, very, very much related to that sort of spycraft. I wanted to have some inspiration from the old Flare 9s as part of our thing. I also wanted some other things. I spent, yeah, right, Dal. It's still useful. It still did good work, and it is a thing of beauty. And we call it the elephant cage because it's this massive, massive thing. So, what is Numbers game about? And why was I trying to figure out the best way to deal with this game for you all? I try to figure out how to do it, and the best way to do it, I can't exactly do because of how the game works, but I have the next best thing, and actually probably even in some ways even better. So, is it about that TV show from the aughts? No, could be. So there's a thing that you may or may not know about. Some of you do, some of you don't, but there are things called number stations. Number stations are shortwave radio stations that broadcast numbers. Just at regular intervals or irregular intervals, somebody will come on the shortwave radio and just start speaking numbers. And everybody knows that they're run by intelligence services. This is just a thing that people know. They may not admit it, but it is a true statement that is what these things are. They are run by, I would like none of that. None. Good. I want none of that. Whoop. Okay, so they're run by intelligence services. And I'm not breaking any kind of secret codes. This is a known thing. You don't always know which intelligence services are doing them, although sometimes people know that as well. And it is the way in which control can give messages to their agents in the field. So if you're off in the field somewhere, you're undercover, you're doing your thing, how do you get your messages back and forth? Well, you tune into one of these number stations, and the number stations are going to just read off these numbers, and those numbers are going to be a code which you can decode with your one pad, and then you can know what your messages are. And so there will be regular messages still to this day. I was reading one of these blogs that said, what's really interesting is that a number of these stations have stopped giving information, but quite a few of them still do, which means the Cold Wars, and actually, I don't know if you know this, we actually just arrested some people recently. The CIA arrested. Do you remember Anna Chapman? That sort of like the embedded Russian spy and her crew, they caught them actually through number stations because they were still getting the messages through number stations. So the point is, these number stations are still being used today, and they're fascinating. And now let me tell you about this RPG that yeah, let's talk about it, shall we? So this RPG, I want to show you a document, but I don't think the document is going to look the way I want it to just yet. So I'm going to make sure it's right. Let's see. Hello, document. Yeah. My document's a little off. I need. Let's see. We want preview and we want number stations. That's the one we want. Okay. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to fix that when we get there. So this game, Number Station, came about because the designer was thinking about hoping to see some fun ECM, EW. Oh, that was your field? Okay, Dow. You and me. I see you. Hey, Dow. The last Flare 9 that was still in operation from the US was up in Alaska. They just decommissioned it a couple years ago, and that was run by the Air Force. So, like, hey, you and me, we're buddies. So, this makes me a little, I'm gonna get a little, what's the word? Nostalgic about that. Yep. See, you know. Okay, so here, by the way, I've just pulled up the thing that I'm looking for, but I'm gonna have to pull this up so I can make it look nice, because right now it doesn't look nice, and I'm gonna fix it so that it does. So the designer of numbers of Number Station, who is Albie and Craig, they're part of Lunar Shadow. I'm gonna make this look better. They were sort of like they were thinking about game design, what they wanted to do, and what they were thinking about, and the main driver of this. By the way, while we're here, we're just gonna fix this at the moment. The main driver of the idea, the person who first started doing this, he was thinking about alternate ways to do number generation, right? Like everyone always wants to think about how do you generate numbers, and people often do it through dice. That tends to be kind of like a standard way of doing it. But some people will do cards instead, right? Or a Jenga tower. And he was thinking about all the different ways in which you can sort of create random numbers to run your game. And he did, right? He remembered number stations. And he remembered that these things existed. And he thought, what if I used number stations as the means to generate your random numbers? Like, what if that's what I did in this game? And so he designed a game wherein, as a player, it is you actually, well, there's more than one option, but the best option is the first option, right? That what you need to do to play this game is to listen in on number stations in real life, for real. And if you listen to number stations, you're going to be able to, basically, there's a way, it's very thematic, and I recommend it. So, for example, let me show you. Here, there's one particular number station that they recommend you listen to, and it's E11 is the Enigma code for it, because it's still broadcasting today. Like, it's still broadcast, and it broadcasts pretty regularly. And this is its schedule, the broadcasting schedule. So, you know, at 4:50 UTC in the morning on Monday, it does a stream. At 6:40, it does another one. Has one at 7:15. So there's a schedule. It goes, you know, Monday through Sunday, multiple times a day. This station still broadcasts. They think it's probably KGB. And so the way the game works is that you need to go and listen. You need to go find the shortwave radio station, listen to it at one of these broadcasts, and then you need to mark down the first three numbers of that broadcast. And those first three numbers are going to give you your code that you will then cross-reference with your one-time pad. And the one-time pad, this is what, in real life, you'd use your one-time pad to actually decrypt the message, the code, and actually sort of bring it into English. But it's being used here to generate sort of these numbers and these letters that will tell you how you're doing, which will give you prompts for your mission. And I thought that was really cool. I thought that was really, really cool. And I really liked that. And I was like, oh, I want to do that. And I thought I should do that. But here's where I had my first logistical problem. By the way, I'm leading up to a surprise. Here's where I had my first logistical problem. If you look at the schedule for Friday, there are zero transmissions during the time that I stream on Fridays. So I would not be able to stream the shortwave radio live with you because there's none that are happening at this moment. Also, there are 5 stages in a mission, and you need 5 transmissions. And you're not going to get 5 different transmissions within a 3-hour. Well, I mean, I suppose technically, I bet we could if we were on a Tuesday and we were streaming at 2:45 in the morning? Between 2:45 in the morning and, what is that, 4:45 in the morning? Then we could do it. Unfortunately, that is not the case. What's interesting about it, if you were going to play it this way, is that you'd have to do your first phase solo, listen to your numbers, and then you'd have to probably wait a day or a couple of hours before you could get to the next phase because you have to wait for your next transmission. So just like the spy themselves has to go and wait for the next word from their handler, we too would have to wait for words from our handler before we could sort of move on to the next stage of the game, which I think is a super interesting thing. And I will say that I do plan on doing that at some point in time to sort of see what the vibe is like. But I knew I couldn't do that now. What I was going to do, I was going to just do this, like go stay up till 3 in the morning, record some of these things, and then just play them back for you. Hey, Artie, how are you? I was going to play them back for you, and I thought that would be really fun. But sadly, there's a little bit too much to do, so I couldn't do that. But I did do something else that is actually maybe the best thing ever. I mean, I feel like doing it live where I'm tuning in on the shortwave, I'm trying to actually get the signal, and we're sitting here together trying to get the signal and work it out, like, would be awesome. But that's a slightly different experience. But I do have something. We are in the beginning parts of it, actually, but I do have something that I think for our purposes is even better. There are people out there who are civilians, and they are very interested in these number stations. And there are archives of number station broadcasts that these amateur shortwave radio folks have recorded, and I have them. I was able to get one from a particular project which has over 150 of these transmissions, and what I did was I said, okay, because I know I have a number of German listeners here, I was going to go for a German language station, also because I speak German, so we'll do a German language station, and most of the German language number stations no longer transmit. They almost all stopped transmitting after the fall of the wall. But I have enough transmissions from right before the fall of the wall, 1987. So a number of transmissions from, and I made sure it was all from the same station, all from the same channel, because I didn't want to mix and match. So what I've got for you today, is it going to involve the cast from numbers? No, sadly not. But what I have is a number of transmissions from E13, E14, E16, all of which are the same family. And it is believed that these were coming out of Frankfurt, and that these transmissions were by the BND, the Bundesnachrichtendienst, sometimes with cooperation with the CIA, and that their purpose, the purpose of E13, I'm sorry, G13, not E13, forgive me. The purpose of G13 was to destabilize the DDR before the fall of the wall. That was a cop show anyway. Yeah. So this was, so out of Frankfurt, the BND were sending these messages off to undercover agents in East Berlin, East Germany, and their goal was to try to destabilize the DDR. And since I have those transmissions, that is who we are going to be. We're going to be an undercover agent who's probably over there in East Germany, East Berlin maybe, and we are part of this mission to try to destabilize the DDR in some way. And since we have period transmissions, we're going to use them, and I thought that would be really neat. So that was like my big surprise as I went and I did all the, I worked hard to try to make sure I could find it. And I'm kind of excited about that. But I also have something else that I found. It's about Latvia. I believe only Sweden admits to having done these number stations, but Latvia has Latvia has actually given a lot of information up, post-Soviet stuff. And they had some KGB documentation about these number stations and how to catch people who use them, right? So like spy hunters, right? How to do what's going on with them and how to undermine them, how to catch people, the danger, right? And there was a recording that discussed this process of trying to find these spies, which would be who I am in this game. And so I thought I'd start off with two things. One, a little bit of this Russian work meant to coach people on how to catch spies who are listening to the number stations. Let me get my number station here. I added it. Well, that's all right. I have it over here as well. Give me a moment. It should be here. And it should be here. Let me get some good KGB counterintelligence for you for the moment. Just a little bit of this. It was the brother from the FBI agents. Oh, that's right. So, just a little bit of this. It's in Russian, but then I have a translation. So what this person is saying, I'll have that a little bit in the background. A bit of a translation for you. Is, as a rule, enemy intelligence agencies conduct one-way radio communication by means of voice transmissions. The announcer is usually a woman, speaking English or German. And by the way, this is about the transmissions that I'll be playing for you today. So this is a documentation from spy hunters who are trying to hunt the people who are listening to transmissions that we are going to be listening to right now. There's another type of such broadcast which can only be received using an extension device installed in a radio receiver. One-way radio transmissions are broadcasted on 2 or 3 frequencies simultaneously, based upon a set schedule. The following is an example of a German language radio transmission by the U.S. Intelligence Center based in Frankfurt. For 10 minutes, the announcer says a 3-digit call sign 3 times and a sequence of numbers from 1 to 0. 10 tonal signals that mean attention are played in front of an encoded message. The number of the encoded text group is pronounced twice, followed by the encoded text in groups of 5. When the transmission of all groups is complete, the announcer says wiederholen, and the groups are repeated. Any transmission is finished with the word Ende. The same structure is applied to English language stations. An example of a Bundesnachrichtendienst station in German, which can be identified as G16. For 5 minutes, the broadcast plays an interval signal and a 2-letter call sign. Then the announcer reads 3-digit recipient IDs and the number of code groups intended for each recipient. There's a category of enemy intelligence broadcasts that can only be received using a special plug-in device for radio receivers. So this is the kind of work that the people who are trying to catch us know. With that in mind, Chromatic's like, God, my Russian is bad. See, I just want to point out, we've got a number of like ex-MI folks here, and I love it. I love it very much. Very much. So, to begin, we have to begin our game. Introduction. Numb3r Stations is a solo role-playing game inspired by the Cold War, spies, secret messages, and the subtleties of communication. During play, you will take on the role of a spy sent to infiltrate enemy territory in order to undertake an important mission. As you complete each stage of your mission, you will relay information to your unseen handler through a series of messages that outline your progress and inform them of what you have learned. But beware, success comes at a price. Counterintelligence agents seek to discover your identity, and completing your mission risks exposing the operation. Rules. You will need a way to listen to real-life Numb3r Stations, and pen and paper. In Numb3r Stations, you will answer 5 prompts, chosen from the prompt list of 5 different messages, different stages of the game. So each mission has 5 stages. I imagine that'll be one complete go-round. Well, to our advantages, after this stream, we know these Numb3r Stations aren't actually defunct. Oh, they're not defunct. E11 still streams regularly. Sadly, they just don't stream they don't broadcast during my stream time, so I can't play it live for you. Otherwise, I really would have. I would have loved to. I'm so sorry. I'm very sad about it. But we have 5 stages: infiltration, mission objective, mission recon, mission execution, and exfiltration. And with one exception, you will play through these stages in the above order. I will note that for each of these stages, we need a radio broadcast. Hey, Hersey Bob. For each stage, you must obtain a 3-digit code known as a key, which will then give you a prompt to answer and the level of success you attain in that stage. However, if you are too successful, you may be caught. Since there are 5 stages, we need 5 radio broadcasts, which would mean if I were going to do this not the way we're doing it now, probably it would take 5 days to do this. Maybe if you're lucky, a bit less than 5 days, but it'll take you about a week to finish the game because you have to wait for the broadcast to come from wherever that broadcast is coming from in real life. You can, if you like, just roll 3d10, but they think that's just not nearly as exciting as actually just listening to shortwave radio, and I agree. So, with each phase, we're going to get a 3-digit key from this broadcast. basically we're going to be listening for, because they're going to be reading out these numbers. We're going to listen to the first 3 digits. That's going to give us our key that we'll use to find our information. The key will determine the prompt for that stage, which we'll then answer. And then we will choose a code from the stage, and then we will write a report to our handler according to the prompt and success rating, and we have to include our code. And then we've got to find out how much exposure we have to see if we've been caught. And then we move on to the next stage if we're not caught. There's a way to use the key, which I will talk about it first. But I feel like since the game is it's only 32 pages, it's pretty short, and most of those pages are one-type pads, we should probably start. But to note, right, we're going to get our key from the radio. We will use that to get our code, which will give us our success rating, etc. And then we basically get a prompt. It's fine. But before we answer the prompt, we have to pick a code from the list of codes on page 8, which we'll look at. This will give you a writing challenge to insert in your prompt answer. You must insert this code into your text, or your handler won't be sure that it is indeed one of your reports. So there's a bit of a puzzle here that we're going to have to deal with as well. And I should probably pull up a digital file and get that in there so that we can look at it. So if your communications were intercepted at the end of the previous stage, you have to include 2 codes in this stage. Then we have to write a report about how successful we were, including our chosen code. You may also answer the introductory questions just before the prompt list to flesh out the story in the background of your mission. And once you've written the report, complete the exposure step before moving on to the next stage. And that is to find out how obvious we are based on our success rank. Once per game, between determining your success rank and writing your report, you may burn the evidence. Don't let me forget that. This sets your success rating to 1, an abject failure, which also means you're less likely to be intercepted. Because the more successful you are, the more chance you are to be intercepted. So this is representing purposefully failing the stage and destroying your equipment to lose a tail and get counterintelligence off your back. But your handler will want an explanation. So at the start of each stage, pick a code to incorporate into your message and cross it off of the list. If you have been compromised, you must pick 2 codes. Well, I feel like this is probably going to be a little bit important. So I'm going to just take this list. I'm going to pull it up into Roll20 so that you can see it, because so that I can cross things off. I want you to have the option. Let me export this to a PNG rather than a PDF. And I might need your help, everyone, or at least your kibitzing, because this will be a little funky, actually, in the best possible way ever. Maybe a little bit more with the other one, but this will be what it is. Let's put this up for us. Codes. Ooh, too high. There we go. At the start of each stage, pick a code to incorporate into your message and cross it off the list. If you have been compromised, you must pick 2 codes and hide both within your message. For example, 1. Your report must contain a secret message that is composed of every 5th word in the message. Or 2. Write in a way that the first letter in each line spells out a secret word, minimum 7 letters. Or the first word of each sentence must form a secret message. Or, capital letters within your report form a secret message word. Don't misuse capitals. Or, open your favorite book on page 27 and see what the first 6-letter word is. Work that into the message twice. Work the 7th and 12th lines from your favorite song into the message. Include the 3 digits from your key in the text. They have to be in the right order and make sense within the text, not just numbers dropped in the middle of a sentence. Include the name of a constellation currently visible in your night sky. Include a list within the text of exactly 5 items listed in alphabetical order. Pick a vowel. Ensure it is not present in the report. The report must be at least 2 paragraphs long. Well then, let's ponder this. Stage 1, infiltration. Let's not do 6, as the entire show will be we're trying to narrow down what. Okay, this is true actually. This is true. I would have a hard time with that. Stage 1. Embedding yourself within the local community is essential for the success of a long-term mission. Using your training and experience, you've been told to infiltrate enemy territory and to develop a cover story before you make contact with your handler for the first time. Name the country you've been sent to. This is adversary territory. Everything you do going forward risks exposing yourself to capture, or worse. What stories have you heard about the punishments handed out to spies? If you're captured, how long do you think you could hold out before you reveal what you know? After weeks of radio silence to allow you to settle into your cover identity, your handler makes contact for the first time. You know that your cover story is strong and that your chance of being exposed at this point is low, but never 0. When the message comes through, when the message comes through, your handler wants to know, but we'll pause. Hey, Wandering DM, we're going to start with those opening questions, and then we'll pick our code. What country have we been sent to? East Germany. What is our cover? Oh, that's one of the prompts. Thank you, Voltail. I like it. Kevin McLeod. So we're sent to East Germany. The year is 1987, which is the year that the broadcast I'm going to play are from. We're in, we've got the big sort of brutalist concrete block houses of East Germany. We've got the wall, the Berlin Wall, and we're on the other side of it. And I think we are framing ourselves as one of the, let's see, it's 87. How old are we? We must be like mid to late 20s, probably. Let's say we're 27, which means we were born in 1960. We were born in 1960. We are a dissident. That's what our cover is. Well, there are questions and prompts for us, but I suppose we shouldn't answer them yet. We should say, what stories have we heard about the punishments handed out to spies? Well, the Stasi gets you. You probably won't be heard from again. You'll be sent somewhere to a gulag, probably. Tortured. Maybe, if you're lucky, they'll use you for some sort of propaganda purposes. It's part of the Cold War. But if I'm captured, how long do I think I could hold out before I reveal what I know? Quite some time. I could hold out quite a long time for a number of reasons. One, I had very good SEER training. Your escape and evasion and resistance training. I had very good SEAL training. A very high pain threshold. And also, I don't believe you. If you tell me that you won't kill me if I tell you things, you're still gonna kill me. If you tell me that you already know, I know you don't. You'll say anything you can to try to get me to spill my secrets. But I won't. And one of the other reasons why I won't spill any secrets is because of Violet Sabo. Violet Sabo, who was the first Muslim to win the Croix de Guerre, French resistance woman. She was a princess, an Indian princess. That's Noor Inayat Khan, but both Noor Inayat Khan and Violet Sabo, both of them, were these women who were civilians. They joined the resistance, they got captured, and then were tortured to death in Dachau and Ravensbrück. But they never gave up any of their secrets. And if they could be tortured for months and months and months and months and never give up their secrets, I won't either. I'm stubborn that way. So that's what I know. So after weeks of radio silence, my handler contacts me, which means it's now time to choose which code we will be using for this stage. One might think to go with an easy one, but if we are compromised, we might want an easy one. So let's go with a mid-level code. Let's go with the first word of each sentence must form a secret message. Let's do that one, shall we? That will be the code that we use this time. And I suppose we're going to have to write a message. Let's cross this out. Why don't we? No, I think I just do it like this. I feel like there's a way to do this. Option? Command? Nope. We just, there you go. The first word of each sentence must form a secret message. Well, stage 1, infiltration. Our music has to go at the moment because we have to listen to the shortwave. Imagine I'm in this apartment block. I've got my headset on. I'm tuning in the shortwave radio. Tuning in to G16 out of Frankfurt, Bundesnachrichtendienst, joint program with the CIA. And I need to hear the code. For those of you who do not know German military phonetics, luckily for us, these radio stations would often put out sample counts. They would read the entire count from 1 to 0, so you could hear what that particular operator, how they pronounced the letters, the numbers. And so we have that, and that will be the first thing we do. So this is our station.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0.
Hmm. We'll play it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0.
Okay. We'll have to go and find our first broadcast from our handler. I'm going to have to write it down.
1, 1, 5. 1, 1, 5. 1, 1, 5. 4, 2, 4, 5, 3. 0, 3, 3. 1, 1, 5. 1, 1, 5.
So our first set of three numbers is 115, 115. That's our first code. So, knowing that being our first code, we'll have to take it to our one-time pad. 115. How we do it? There are 10 one-time pads. The first number is the first pad we look at, so 1. The second number is, I believe it's column and then row, or row then column. Let me just double check because they reverse it. It is which pad? Row then cell. So row cell, pad row cell. We reverse it the other time around. So what does our handler want to know? Row then cell, row then cell. 1, row 1, cell 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That gives us an A3. A3. Oh, we are supposed to also, side note, cross off. This is actually important. We have to cross this off because if we ever hit the same one again, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. Let me get my mark down. Why don't I? I'm a little nervous because I don't know if they're going to ask what my handler wants to know, but I guess we'll find out. Guess. Okay. Let me get an X. Here's my text. There's an X. Let's make this X bigger. Let's make it like a nice 24, and let's make it a good red so we can see it. And let's take this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A3. This will give us our prompt for this stage. So we've got to go back up here. Infiltration. A3. So A is our first prompt. The identity you have assumed within the country. Who are you? What do you do? And how do you integrate into the community? Before we answer, we have to find out how successful we are in the infiltration. We use the same code, 115, but we work backwards this time. So we would go backwards and then cell row, I think is how we will do it. Uh, second, oh, so you go backwards, column, and then cell. So, $115. Going backwards, 10 is our 1. So going row, we go column, 1, and then 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our success is a 4. Let me go grab that red X we had from here so I can just copy paste. It makes things faster. 4 is a great number. It's very successful. But that's not necessarily good. I mean, it's good, but the more 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, but the more successful you are, the more of a chance you have for being found out. But to revisit, we don't have to do it yet, but we will. Oh, it's no good. Okay, so our success rating is a 4. I should write this down somewhere. Here. 1. Our success rating is a 4. Because we need to know it. If we ever come across a cell that we've already crossed out, we've been compromised. And then it's bad. Well, now we have to write our code. We picked the first word of each sentence must form a secret message. And we have to write our message. Okay. I believe that there was something we need to do specifically before we get our final verdict. I've read a lot of spy games in the last week. I want to make sure I have the right one. Select a prompt, success rating. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. Now we have to write our report. We have our prompt and how successful we were on the stage. We have to answer the prompt, but don't forget to include our code. Okay. So, our questions. The identity you have assumed within the country. Who are you? What do you do? And how do you integrate into the community? That's our question. Okay. And the first word of each sentence must form a secret message. It's 1987. We're in East Berlin. Our cover is that we were the child of a German woman and an American soldier who left. And left our mom, alone without any money. And I've always was that gave me a sort of a hatred of the United States for that. And I was in Berlin, West Berlin. I went there. I was not there originally. I grew up probably Frankfurt. And that's the cover. And I wanted to go to the Freie Universität in Berlin because I wanted to go to Berlin. And so as a young person, I went to college there because it's free. But what I really wanted to do was to defect, right? To sort of cross over into East Berlin. And so I did, right? I worked a little bit and I just didn't come back over the line. And now I work here in East Berlin. I work as I work in a factory. I work in a factory on an assembly line. I probably work making Trabant cars, probably. And so I sort of took some of the engineering that I learned, and now I work in this factory making cars. And I a bit of a punk. That's my identity. And the thing is, I got a 4, which means I'm integrated very well. My name is my name is going to be, my last name is going to be Johnson, because that is very American, but my first name will be very German. So I think my first name will be Adi. And Adi is short for Adolf, but after all that, people use the nickname. So I'm Adi Johnson, and I think that I have integrated very well. I mean, I got a 4 for success, so I've integrated well. I get along well with the fellas that I work with. We play football, like after work, like in the streets. We kind of just play around a little bit. Pretty decent at soccer, football, and we go to the Kneipe, the tavern after work. We have a beer, we chat about things. They ask me questions about West Germany, and I talk about how decadent it is. But I think that I've become really good friends with this group of auto workers. Like we play cards, we play Scott. We talk about the newest things, like the newest musical, East German musical or something like this. So I think I've worked really hard, and I did a really good job of becoming really good friends with these folks at this auto plant, this place. So I have to write a message. And we're gonna have to figure out how to do that, shall we? Interestingly enough, it's okay, because I actually do have something I can throw into Roll20 that might help us a little bit. I do need, because I have to write this message now to explain what we're doing to our handler. I don't know how that's gonna work out, but we will do our best. Let's see, what does this look like? That one's not good. That's good. Here, we'll use this. We'll use this old paper. Let me throw this into the Roll20, and then you'll be able to see it, and I'll be able to, oops. Then we'll be able to write our codes, and we have to make sure that we send our secret message to our handler with the first word of the first word of each sentence will be our secret message. Okay, well, shall we? All right, we've got to do it, everybody. Let's get some text in here. How big is this? Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay, we have to speak to our handler. Our first message. Because if we don't do it, it's bad. Stage 1. Infiltration. So our message is going to be, I don't think we can give our name. Maybe we can. Okay. We need to tell them that we work at an auto factory. We've got to give them our name. Go tell them we work at the auto factory. And we've got to tell them we have good contacts. Okay. My time working has my time working here is better than I imagined it could be. Name your favorite football player. My friends ask me. Adolf Falke is my favorite. It's my favorite. Better write the message out first than the normal message. It is my name. Oh. Now I realize I need an is. Yes, let me put this, you're right. Chromatic. So let's see. Our message will be, my name is Adolf Johnson. My name is Adolf Johnson. I work at auto factory. Made good contacts with the workers. With 5 workers. That's my message. So, that's my message. I will also, because I care about you all, I will make this bold. It's not very good, actually, but oh well. My time working here is better than I imagined it could be. Name. I don't think that works. Name your favorite football player. My friends ask me. No, my name, yeah. My friends ask me. Is it okay if he is West German? I reply. That's all one sentence. I reply. And then here I say, Adolf Falke is my favorite. Johnson Jones from Ghana is also good. Okay. I am so happy to be here in East Berlin. Work is more meaningful than in the West. At dawn, I run through the city. Autos drive by. Quietly. Factory workers, I need to move this down. Factory workers walk to work in pairs. As comrades. Made some excellent cars yesterday. Good quality. Contacts. No, we have to change this to friends rather than contacts. Friends is easier. Friends ask me to dinner. With a hop, a skip in my step. I join them for discussions of Marx and Lenin. 5 times. 5 times they have tried to stump me with history questions. Workers, comma, but I'm never stumped. Workers of the world, unite. That is my stage 1 message. I was able to get the message through. Okay. All right. But that is only this one stage. Now, we must... I've written a report. Now we must check for exposure. The exposure, my exposure level starts at 5 and increases each stage. Add your success rating to it after I have written the status report, and this is my new exposure level. So it just so happens, conveniently for me, and perhaps also for you, that I have a clock token that I think I can use. I have a D20. That should be good. I hope I don't get more than that. Here is we'll call this our exposure level up here. I'll make it so that you can see it. Let me take... what are you doing? Excuse me. We don't need that. Yeah. This is the exposure level. What is visible? Let me do this. There. And I will then just say exposure. Exposure. That's only one P. Exposure. And our exposure number, we started at 5, but now we are at 9. That doesn't seem good. We might need a D100. So then sum the digits in my key. For example, if my key was 998, then the result is 26. If my exposure is lower or equal to the sum of the key, congratulations, adversary counterintelligence has not managed to listen in on my communications during this stage of the mission. Move on to the next stage. My key was 115, and 115 is 7, and my number is 9, which is not good. That's bad, actually. So, if my exposure... That means they heard our transmission. If my exposure is higher than the result, which it is, I've been intercepted. I know that my messages are now being monitored. In the next stage, I must use both codes in my report. If I'm intercepted twice, I go to 5B and I'm caught. Yes. All right. So... Okay, this is, yes, not good. All right. We have to go to the next stage. Stage 2, the objective. This is... Well, burn after reading happens... That happens... once per game, between determining the success rank and writing a report. So we don't have to do it yet. We just have to... We do it before we find out what our... Between determining your success rank and writing a report, you may burn the evidence. Okay. All right. I don't know about you, but I'm a bit worried. So, we need our next key for the objective. The ends justify the means. You don't know what will be the consequences of achieving your objective, or the consequences to achieving your objective, what they will be. But you have license to do whatever it takes to get it done. Why do you think you've been sent here? Are there others like you? Life isn't quiet in the month since you received your first message. It's interesting because you have to wait usually between the stages, allowing you to settle into a routine. During the day, you act your part, fulfilling the daily life expected of your cover story. But late at night, you sit by the wireless, waiting for the next message. When the radio finally picks up a transmission, it is the details of your mission. Your handler informs you that you are there to perform the following, and are to report back with a plan for the mission. I suppose I have to ask those opening questions. Why do I think that I've been sent here? I think it's tricky. I mean, being Afro-German, you would think that I would be more suspicious. That it would be easier to bring someone else here, but perhaps they sent me because there's so many angry college students, that they thought that in some ways I'm a cliche, right? The sort of the angry college student who's idealistic and hates his parents, and perhaps they thought that that would be a way for me to get access to other sorts of people, like rock bands and punks and other sorts of Germans. Perhaps the mission is for me to find someone who is sympathetic. Perhaps I'm here to make friends, find people who are disaffected. That could be it. Perhaps they've sent me here because they want me to incite dissatisfaction here in East Germany. That perhaps that's it. I imagine it might be just finding people who like punk and all of that in the scene, and maybe that's what I'm supposed to do, just find them, make friends with them, and encourage them to rise up. Perhaps that's what I'm there for, something positive. It would make sense if to send me for that. Are there others like me? I don't know. How would I even know? Maybe. I can't imagine there. You know what? There've got to be others like me, because when those messages come through, they're not coming through just for me. Multiple messages, there've got to be who knows how many people are here. Well, I suppose it's time to find out what the objective is. So, let's listen, shall we? I imagine the objective will be something good. Something I can feel good about, I imagine.
Sieben. 4, 3, 0, 0, 9er. 9er, 1, 0, 7, 3. 5, 1, 7, 0, 5. 3, 4, 8, 4, 5. 2, 5, 8, 7, 3. 8, 4, 5.
So, we started about 40 seconds. We have to go back. Well, actually, we can't. I wrote down what I wrote down. The first three numbers that I got, we ended off at like 120. The first numbers that I got were 4, 3, 0. 4, 3, 0. That's the first. It was a 5 number sequence. But the first one that I got was 4, 3, 0, which is a 10. 4, 3, 0. 4, 3, 0. There were a number. This is the actual secret message now. So you get these numbers that are in groups of 5. But we've got the first one. It's 4, 4, 3, 0. 4, 3, 0. And this is, well, I believe that zeros count as 10. I believe. I believe that is the case. But before we look, we have to actually choose codes, because, yes, I just checked. A 0 counts as a 10. So 4, 3, 10. This is what we've gotten. Unfortunately for us, before we go any further, we're going to have to choose our codes. Well, actually, we can get a number first. I think it's all right. Let me get the number. 4, 3, 0. This is the fourth one-time pad. Copy. The fourth pad, the third row, the 10th cell. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We know that we've been intercepted. This is not good. So 4, 3. So our first one, for stage 2 is E1. E1 or Echo 1. And then our success rating, I believe it says we are allowed to burn after reading. After. That's how I interpreted that, yes? It's between, they say, because I want to make sure we do this right. Between, come here, burn. Between determining your success rank and writing your report. So we don't have to decide if we want to burn the evidence until right now. So we get to pick our success rating. So it's 430. So we go backwards here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we do the third column. And then down to the 10th. This is a E4. We are being very successful. Very successful indeed. Well, let's think about this. It's a success rating of 4. This will bring us up to a 13. That'll bring us up to a 13. But the numbers of our code, 430, is a 17. So I think we're all right because we will still stay below. So I don't think we have to burn after reading yet. So I think we're all right. I think we are getting. I feel like we're very flashy, you know. So let us go to this next stage. The objective. But we must put on some music again. It's what we must do. So we sit late at night in our apartment. And we have our small wireless and we tune into the station. And we hear that woman out of Frankfurt. A half American with a legend name Adolf, yeah, flashy. Yes, right? Very flashy. I think I've got I wear like the leather jacket, you know? I think I've got like sort of punk rock hair. I think I listen to, I go to the concerts of Nina Hagen, that sort of thing. So, Plastic People of the Universe, sort of this punkers. But I know when I come to decode the message that they're going to give me something good, not bad. So it is E. Double cross. Convince adversary counterintelligence officers that I am a double agent. How will I convince them? What truthful information can I give them so they believe me? And what lies will I spread following that? Oh. I see. Oh, pardon me, we did not choose our code. We have to choose 2 codes. We have to choose 2 codes, everyone. Yes, that is a true thing. We must choose 2 codes for this message. I'm glad that I was a bit careful. So, let's pick something easy to start with, since we have to do 2 of them. Let's do Hello, Boudet. We are playing Numb3r Stations. I think open your favorite book on page 27 and see what the first 6-letter word is. Work that into the message twice. I feel like this is an easy one to do, considering that we're in a bit behind the 8 ball. So let's do this one. And let's do... Yes, this one? Oh no, that wasn't it. Pardon me. Let's do... pardon, wait, yeah? Let's do... The word twice is one thing we have to put into our message. And then the other thing we put into our message is... write in a way that the first letter in each line spells out a secret word. Let's do those two things. Those will be the codes we must put into our secret message to send to our handlers. All right, that is our mission, but we are here to double cross. We have to convince the Stasi that we are actually a double agent. All right? We're flashy. This is to our benefit. They're already looking at us. This is also to our benefit. So we have to find a way to get them to believe that we are actually double agents. That they're already suspicious of us is useful. How do we do it? How do we convince them that we are double agents? That we are... All right. This is what I think. This is tricky. I know. I have an idea. We have to give them something true, but then also something false. And we know that we're listening to our messages last time. So perhaps we use this as a way, the message, we signal to them secretly. So I'm thinking that we have to show them that we're not doing our job well with the BND and the CIA. That they want us, the CIA and the BND, they want us to do something, but we don't do it right. So we have to be caught telling, I think, the West a lie. So something that if they check, they will see that we are lying to out this side, so they can see that I'm undermining them. So, all right, I have an idea. What we do is we report back about the auto factory. And we report that I know that the auto factory is doing more than just making Trabant autos. I know that they are doing also important experimental work. But I don't tell them that. What I tell them is that they were wrong. I know. Okay. What I do is... I have it. I'm going to write the actual message first, and then we code it. Alright, the message is going to be something like this. Work with me. I feel like we have this. It is, the factory you sent me. You sent me to spy on is a dead end. There is nothing beyond Trabant, Trabi cars. No, nothing beyond Trabi cars, okay? By the way, the code, I just have to work this in. I can actually be somewhat upfront about the message, and I think I should be. The factory sent me to spy on is a dead end, huh? So there's nothing beyond Trabi cars. We'll have to maybe rearrange the words, because we have to get the favorite book word twice, and also the first letter in each line spells out a secret word. I see. Okay, so everyone, we have to get a book. Yes? We have to get a book. I assume they want a fiction book, but I don't know. I do have books, since most of my... I have... Sorry, you're seeing 1,000 books here, but these are all role-playing game books. I want a non-role-playing game book. What do I have here? I have a book, one moment. It's up there. Ooh, pardon me? Okay. So, I am, writing, a book on transgender voices and race and politics and all of this. And so, a book that I'm reading, that I need to be reading more of, is Songs in Black and Lavender. Yeah, it's Songs in Black and Lavender. Race, sexual politics, and women's music. It's about women's music in the 1970s and race. So, I need to find page 27. It's not my favorite book, but it is a book. Page 27, and I'm looking for the first 6+ letter word. Page 27. The term, oh my goodness. This is no good. The first word that is 6 letters or longer is post-colonial. So, post-colonial is a word. We have to work into this message twice. All right? This is part of our challenge. Post-colonial, all right? Post-colonial twice. Oh my. Okay. All right. The factory simply to spy on is a dead end. There's nothing beyond hard mode engaged, beyond Trabant cars. Okay. Remember, the first letter of each line has to send out a word, spell out a word, so we're going to have to fix this, but also, I should just put this here as well. Stage 2. The objective. Okay, so what I want to do is make it, have the Stasi who are looking at my messages, have them see that I'm lying to the West. There's nothing beyond Trabant cars. Okay. I don't think we're going to have to mix this up some, yes? Well, you do know, as Groucho would say, post-colonial is the secret word. It is. This is true. Those capitalists post... oh, thank you for all of those gift subs there, for the September. So we'll say something like, I don't think technology is the best use of my time. We'll get there. I also don't think I should return yet. I have the answer here. I must truth, yeah? I think you should keep me here to monitor the influence the Soviets have with post-colonial populations. The third world countries. What was the country? I cannot remember now which one it was. There was a number of people from third world countries that would be in East Germany at this time. Which country was it? It was it Ethiopia? The third world citizens, countries, are turning away from the West. This would be good. From the West, from the US, because of all of its racism. This, I think, will make them, this, I think, will work. I think I can convince them this way, because of all of its racism. I must tell them something true. I will tell them the Jazz Ambassador Tour secretly supported by the CIA will not convince them to side with us. But maybe I can, if you let me stay here, if you let me stay in East Berlin longer. Right? I think I'm giving up a true thing. I will be able to tell lies later, but I think this message will, make the Stasi think, yes, contract workers from Vietnam, Mozambique, Cuba, and Angola. Yes, thank you. These are the good ones, yes? The third world countries. Yes, thank you, Chromatic. We'll put this here. I'm going to write this down because it might be important. Vietnam, Mozambique. Oop. Mozambique, Cuba, and Angola. All right, so now we have to make it so that the first letter of each line makes a secret word, minimum 7 letters. All right, so we need to organize this. We could do something like we need a vowel. So T-I. So if I do something like this, T-I. There is nothing beyond Trabant cars. I don't think technology. T-I. I have a Tib, T-I-B. T-I-B. It has to be 7 letters. T-I. T-I? I feel like T-I. Well, you know what, actually? No, how about if I do the E there? T-E. I think this might work. T-E. By the way, it's clear that this particular RPG has a bit of puzzle challenges, right? T-E-T. I think T-E-T-H-E-R, that's tether, is 6 letters. We need other. So let's say tethers. That's a word, right? That's a 7-letter word, or tethers. So I don't think technology is the best use of my time. I also don't think I have enough information to return yet. We need an E. We need an E. We need an E. So right now, here we are. Remind. T-E-T-H. If I can get an E and R, then we can get this tether, or tethers, or tethered. I don't think I have enough information to return yet. I need an E. I think you should not... Aha, here we go. Should not end my mission. My mission, rather, I propose you keep me here to monitor the influence. Here we go. This works. This works. Influence Z here. Soviets, tethers, have with post-colonial populations. And I have this twice, yes? Vietnam, Mozambique, Cuba, Angola. The third world countries are Did I say post-colonial twice? I did not yet, no? I only did it once. This is correct, yes? Oh no, I have to post-colonial one more time. Vietnam, Mozambique, Cuba, Angola. The post-colonial countries. Post-colonial. There we go. Colonial countries are turning away from the US because of all of its racism. The jazz ambassador secretly supported by CIA will not convince them to side with us. But maybe I can if you let me stay in East Berlin longer and with less supervision. There. I feel like this will be something that will make them think that I am a double agent. This looks like a double agent sort of thing. It looks like I'm not so excited about the CIA. All right. I don't think we have to burn burn anything yet. But we have to do the part that comes next. So, we've made the message. We did the two codes. Now, we have to increase our... Oh, I can do this way. Yes, I don't need that yet. Here, I want you to see my exposure rating. We add 4 to it, which makes it a 13. Because we, again, did very well. 13. But the sum of the digits of our key, which was 430, which is a 10, is a 17. So we are not exposed. We all right? It's okay. We are. It sounds to me what this means is that we make this message, we send the message out, and they listen to the message, and they believe that we are a double agent. I think they are less suspicious, so they are not now watching us so closely, giving us a bit of space, the Stasi. It was a close call, but I think we are doing well. But we do have to go on to the next stage, because there are, after all, 5 stages, and we are now going into stage 3, which is reconnaissance. All right, reconnaissance. To achieve success in your mission, you must acquire intel and develop contacts within the populace. These will help you to learn the patterns surrounding your target and to discover weaknesses and security so that you may be able to exploit. You know that you may be forced to betray the trust of those you get close to, but it could make all the difference in the days to come. All right. Yes. I think what I do is I make myself available. I go to some of the contract workers. I find the Angolans and the Cubans, the Vietnamese, the Mozambique. I start to hang out with them. I make a community with them. So it is clear that I am following my orders, but I know that the Stasi are watching me. And so I make sure that when I do this, I actually try to help. I try to convince the Angolans, the Vietnamese. I say a lot of anti-American things. I actually work not to get them to be subversive, but I try to make them better Soviets. I try to make them... I use the fact that I'm half American to let them know that America's a terrible place. There's much more freedom and equality here. And I think that this would get the Stasi to see that I'm not, that I am a double agent and not actually loyal to the United States. If I do this, I make a show of it. I'm a bit flashy and they know that my orders, right, are to speak to the third world on behalf of the United States, but I'll make a show of actually not. But I do this because I want them to approach me. My goal is to get them to approach me, to get them. Because if they approach me, they think that they have me, but then I will have them. But my handler has instructed me to undertake the following task and then to report back on what I've learned. So I'm going to have to hear what my handler wishes me to do. And to do that, we must go back to the number station. Be prepared to write down our message. What it is that they want from me.
8, 5, 6, 4. 8, 9, 4, 0.
All right, the first group of numbers I wrote down, it was 8, 4, 5. 6, 5, but it's only just the first three numbers. So that is 8, 4, 5. 8, 4, 5 is our key. So we should find out what it is we have to do. Yes, so let us go find out 8, 8, 4, 5. 8, 4, 5. So this is the eighth one-time pad. We need then the fourth row and then the fifth cell. Let us see. Eighth pad, fourth row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. B1. B1 is our prompt, and our success rating is 8, but the other direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 3. And we need to go to the fourth column. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the fifth one down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A3 for our success. A3 is some middling success is how we did. Oh, hello there, hooded ornament, and also Bude. So, well, wait, we're not an emotes-only chat, are we? I can't imagine we are. Are we an emotes-only chat? No. Okay, good. I was worried there for a moment. Oh, good. All right. So, 3 is a middle success, but let's first find out what it is that they want from us. Yes. So, for this reconnaissance, what do you want from us? You want B, obtain blackmail material against an official that I can use to acquire documents and official government papers. What vice mistake can I exploit? Will I need to catch them in the act, or is the evidence already hidden somewhere for me to find? Oh, well, I have to get blackmail materials. Blackmail materials against an official that I can use to acquire documents and official government papers. An anti-German who works with the immigrants. Paddy cake pictures, yeah. Yes, someone there like this. So, we're middle success. We now have to choose our code. Sadly, it's going to be a bit more difficult, right? We have to choose our code now because it's the pick our code. writes a report, and then do the exposure. And if we're going to burn our evidence, we're going to have to do it now. Well, we pick. All right, we got a 3. The 3 added to that to our exposure level would give us a 16, and our code was 845, and 845 is a 17. So we don't have to burn our evidence yet. We're very close. We're dancing on the edge, but we don't have to take a massive failure. So I don't think we should. I think what we do. Wait, we're not listening to the radio anymore. So what we now need is very distressing music. It's what we need. All right. It's okay. What we do now. This is how we do this. We have to pick our code. But also, I have an idea. I take this. Where is it? My layers. I'm going to show you, but let me bring this to. Oh no, I just bring these to back, and then I get rid of the old messages, and then we can see them. It's good. Is it good? I don't know if it is. Well, let us cross off the ones that we have already done. The codes we can no longer use again. You know, there was a way at some point in time, I remember, on the roll 20 to make an automatic line. I cannot remember what it was now. But there, and then also here. I think we take a very difficult one, is what we do. Something that is complicated, because it'll keep us perhaps safer later. I think we pick. We do the vowel one. Well, wait a minute, though. Hold on. This is stage 3. We only have 2 more stages left to go before the mission's over, and which means we may not have to do the very terrible number 10. We might be able to get around it. So let's pick Constellation easy. The list I think is easy. The 3 digits from key I think is also easy. 7th and 12th lines from favorite song into the message could be more difficult actually. Capital letters within report, secret word. Let's do the work 7th and 12th lines from favorite song into the message, because I think that might be a little bit more difficult to do. To bring this into the thing for our message we have to do. All right, but we have it. So, let us think. We need to blackmail someone. And I think what we have to do for the blackmail... Again, we're thinking about double agent, right? Blackmail. I think we have to blackmail someone in the Stasi. We have to blackmail the person who's been watching us. So when we have been tempting. Yes. And it is 1987. There's one very good way to blackmail someone in 1987. This Stasi agent. I have got him to come and approach me, to recruit me. He recruited me, he thinks. He thinks. But I'm recruiting him. He's got documents that I want. See, what I do is I seduce him. Homosexuality at this time is considered a security risk. And if I can seduce him, then I can blackmail him. And that is not something he will be able to resist. I just have to make sure that I get photographs of him. In the act, I don't think it'll be so difficult. But it is a despicable thing to do. But I will do it. The Stasi agent, his name is... we need a good name. Let's go with something like... this is... what are we? We are doing reconnaissance? Yes? Stage 3? Reconnaissance? Recon. This is terrible business. So we have to seduce this fellow. Just making this a note. Seduce, we need a name. Good German name. Or no, he's anti-German perhaps. Yes, let's say he's, let's say he's Russian. Right? Let's say he's Russian. What would be more dramatically tragic? No. Let's make him German. Let's give him the name... Ludwig Horst. That's a good last name. Ludwig Horst. So Ludwig Horst is a Stasi agent. And he would have approached me. And in this time period, in this month, I have been meeting with him, telling him things about what I'm doing. Let him know a little bit about how it's going. I'm giving him bits of information about how the Americans work, how the Germans work, BND, the CIA. I give him things that are just enough true. I don't give him the good things. I don't tell him everything, but I tell him enough. I tell him about, you know, there's a Numb3r Stations. It's not that important. It gives information, but not deep information, and I send that to him. And give him that thing. One of the friends I had in the factory is perhaps not the best Soviet. Give that name over as well. I think he'll find it useful. But mostly what I'm doing is inviting him to dinners so we can talk about the mission and the work. And of course, after another dinner. And then one night, I invite him back to my apartment, this grey apartment. I have set up this hidden camera to take photographs in regular intervals on an automatic timer. And I seduce him. And draws the photographs, his face. And then later we meet again. I seduce him many times. He's funny. Ludwig, he's smart. He's admirable in his own way. Handsome. And then I have to have the dinner with him, where I show him the photographs. I do this on our 2-month anniversary of seeing each other. It's the 3-month anniversary of me being his agent. And I tell him that he has to give me a list of Stasi agents, undercover agents. He has to give me the information that I need to know who they have in West Germany, who's been compromised. And if he doesn't tell me, I tell him that I will expose him to his bosses and say, do not like the homosexuality, and they will send off to a gulag, probably try to cure him in some sort of criminal way. And the look on his face when I do this, when I show him the photographs, it breaks my heart. Because it's not the right thing to do. But I will get the information. And the information we have will save lives. Knowing who they have, what sort of agents they have infiltrated, we'll know. It'll be important. It'll help us win the Cold War. It'll help us save many lives to do this thing. After all, I only seduced him for the job. I did not seduce him for any other reason. He had a very good sense of humor. And now, everything's changed between he and I. He sees me now as an enemy who is holding something over him. Someone who could at any moment get him killed. He looks at me as if I'm a villain, as if I'm an asshole. As if I have betrayed the one thing you're not supposed to betray. You know? I suppose I did. Well, I've got to send this message to my handler. I need to. What is my favorite song? Well, here's the thing. We are in 1987, if we recall correctly, so I need my favorite song from 1987. I feel like for Adi, it should be, I must check something, because I'm thinking about, I would pick something that's Neue Deutsche Welle, but I cannot do that because we're writing the message in English, not in German. But let me just check what year this one song came out, because we want something from this moment, and something that is, I think, a bit sad. So let me check. That is no, the wrong one. I'm looking for, one moment. What year? I feel like it actually came out a little bit. We're in 87, 88. So let me see. All right, let me look at your so we can do it, actually. All right, there's a song. So the band, the Smiths, came out with the album Strange Ways, Here We Come in 1987. And we can... Strange Ways, Here We Come has the song Last Night I Dreamt Somebody Loved Me. And we can use this one. The 7th and 12th lines from this song. Let me look up the lyrics for this one. I don't know if you know the song. It is, for me, I think, in some ways, the most Smith song ever. Yes, the lyrics of the song, I sing this song, but I want to get it by specific. Oh, so it has to have 12 lines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yes, okay, so these are the lyrics of the song that our Adi Johnson is his favorite song at this moment. They are from 1987. Last night I dreamt that somebody loved me. No hope, no harm. Just another false alarm. Last night I felt real arms around me. No hope, no harm, just another false alarm. So, tell me how long before's the last one? Tell me how long before's the right one? The stories are old, I know, but it goes on. The story's old, I know, but it goes on and on. It goes on and on. Oh, Insufferable Mo is also very Smiths, but I just feel like last night I just dreamt somebody loved me feels so very Morrissey. I mean, Girlfriend in a Coma also very good, but this is the one. Last night I dreamt somebody loved me. This is the one that we use. So, the 7th and 12th lines are No Hope, No Harm, which we'll have to add to our bit of information. So line 7 is No Hope, No Harm. And line 12 is... where are you, line 12? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, before the right one. Oof, all right. This is the message that I'm sending to my handlers to report back how well I did, how successful I've been at the mission that they have given me. All right, so stage 3, recon. I just need to get this in here so they know it's me. I have succeeded. By the way, I'm making it's a 3 because I feel like my heart is broken as well. That's why it's a 3, not a 5 or a 4. I have and also this puts me in a bad position as well. Succeeded. I have succeeded in blackmailing Ludwig Horst. My Stasi handler. By the way, I'm not going to tell them what I did. They don't need to know that, because I don't think it would be good for me if they knew exactly how I got this information. That's not something they need to know. I have succeeded in blackmailing Ludwig Horst, my Stasi handler. I must give them some sort of story. He has an addiction. We will say this. My Stasi handlers are very special, after school special, very special. He has an addiction. He is now mine. No hope, no harm. No hope, no harm will come to me. Phrase it like this. He has no hope, no harm will come to me. The fix is airtight. I demanded the list of covert Soviet spies in West Berlin. It took some time before the right one but he did give me the list. I now forward to you the list of Soviet spies, including those who have infiltrated the BND, CIA, and MI6. It's there. That is that part of stage 3. Now we just have to increase our exposure. Our success number was a 3, so our exposure goes to 16. I'm very concerned about the fact that I have not yet burned all the evidence. I probably should have done that here and just not blackmailed him, but it's too late now. I have blackmailed him. I could have burned the evidence, and I could have failed that. Let me check for exposure. 845. 17. My exposure is 16. I'm still safe. Yes, I missed the chance to use the phrase. Yes. So, I remain not exposed. Which means we go on to stage 4, which is the op. Oh, please, Heresy Bob, have a good night. You have not betrayed your lover, and also you did not, fail to. I could have sunk the mission. I could have just not blackmailed him. And then I would have burned the evidence and I would be safe, but now my exposure is so high. How can I get through the next stage? How can I actually succeed at the op without putting myself in danger? Or failing at the op? I think I was too fervent. I was too loyal. I should have protected Ludwig. But now it's too late. Well, let's start stage 4. You have barely caught your breath after the operation. Your head is still swimming. Did I tie up all the loose ends? Does the equipment function properly? Did I leave any hints behind that might point to me? None of this matters to my handler, who wants a report as usual. They want to know whether I was successful and the details of what happened before they are willing to authorize the final phase of my mission. Exfiltration. I don't get to exfiltrate unless they get to know everything about the final mission. Well, it's time, I think, to go back to the radio. The radio. It's time. Let us listen to the radio. I must write this down. One moment.
Ein, 0, 7, 3, 5. 0, 6, 1, 5.
First number was a 3. 30735. That's what I heard in that first sequence of numbers, that first 5-number bit. 307. That's 307. In case you don't know. Is it 307? 307. Well, all right. Let's see what it is. What they have to say. Well, yes, we need to go to the third one-time pad. Then we need to go to the 10th row, copy, and then the 7th cell. This is our prompt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, D4. D4. And then we have to go backwards to find out what our success level is. I feel like it does say in between determining a success level and writing a mission is when you decide. So I don't think we're doing this wrong. So 1, 2, 3. And now we go to the 10th column, 7th cell. Copy. Oop, paste. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A2. I'm becoming less and less successful as this mission goes on. It seems as if this is wearing on me a bit. But let us find out about the operation, shall we? D4. D4. Well, we are supposed to pick our code now, I suppose. Our code. Here, I can do this very quickly. We've not been found out, so we don't have to worry about that, but we need a code. Your report must contain a secret message that is composed of every 5th word in the message. Capital letters within your report form a secret message or word. Don't misuse capitals. Oh, let me, if you don't mind, let me, cross out number 6, which we've done. I feel like I've done a very bad thing to Ludwig. I feel very bad about what I've done. Include the 3 digits from your key in the text. They have to be in the right order and make sense within the text, not just numbers dropped in. Yes. The list was full of false info, obviously. Yes, let's do number 7, shall we? Yes, let's do that. That will be the way to go. 7. We have to include the 3 digits, 3, 10, 7, in order, in a way that makes sense within our text. So, let's find out what it is exactly that they want us to, what the operation is. D. Civilians were caught in the wake of the mission. Who was and what happened to them? What consequences does this have for your anonymity? Will you struggle to live with these deaths on your conscience, or is it a price you would willingly pay again? Well, I did a 2, which is our scale of success is 1 through 5. So clearly, this civilian deaths are this is what happened. What happened was this. The list, right? When I was going to dinners with Ludwig, sometimes he would take me to sort of an underground event, sort of a place for homosexual people to come and meet. And so I met quite a few people there. Some of them are also from Mozambique. It's a very good group of people there in that place. It was a nice community. And I had been pushing for him to give me more information. He did. I got very good information. But he did not want to live under the threat of blackmail. So he took a chance. He told his superiors about what happened with me and with him. He exposed himself. He was honest about who he was, hoping that this would break the blackmail holds that I had over him. But his superiors were not sympathetic. They were not very impressed. They watched him, and one night when we were at this cabaret, the Stasi came in, and they raided this place. They would never have found this place had not the exposure happened. When they raided this place, all of these people, they began to run, try to escape. And then there was shooting. The Stasi shot people, they grabbed people, they beat them. I was able to escape. Very tricky that way. You always sort of know entrances and exits. But a lot of people died. Ludwig died. I suspect he did not want to live. And when he died, he looked at me with hatred. But in the chaos, I got out. I got out with files, the last files he gave me. I had to hide. Someone took me in. Somebody from the cabaret. Because they thought that I was on their team, on their side. They wanted to help me out because, you know, we have to help each other out. So they gave me a place to hide, thinking that they did not know that I was a capitalist spy. They thought I was just another homosexual person that was caught up in a raid that went very badly. But it stayed for 2 days and then I left. So I have all the documentation and would I do it again? What struggle does this have what consequences does this have for my anonymity is the question you ask. Well, on the plus side, I can play it off like I was just there as a homosexual, not as a spy. And he's dead, so he can't say anything anymore. So I suppose I'm safe. I suppose, maybe, I don't know. But, I have to leave. I've got to get out. This is, it's too hot. I have to tell them that, I can't stay. It was too much. It's too explosive. Too many people died, and so the question is, will I struggle to live with the deaths on my conscience? Yes, absolutely. Is it a price that I would pay again? Don't know. I want to say yes, that I would do it again. But I don't know if that's true, actually. I think it might not be. I think it might not be true at all. I don't even know if I really needed to do it. Couldn't there be other ways to get this information? Well, if I want to get out of this place and all the memories, I have to get out, so I have to make this, report. Stage 4. The op. Well, I need to, have 3, 0, and 7 at 3 in the morning. I met Ludwig, my Mark Ludwig Horst at the Black Cat Cabaret to collect the last of the next batch of files. We dined until 3 a.m. No, I can't say that. That won't look good. Is capitalism worth it? No. It's not so good. I can't say dined. They won't like that. Not we dined. I pressed him for more information until 3 a.m. He provided 10 more files. These are about the G7 and how the Soviets wish to undermine our capitalist success stories. His superiors had become suspicious, and they followed him. There was a raid. They came in and shot people and beat them with truncheons. Everyone thought it was because cannot call this a Black Cat Cabaret. They might know what it is. I met my Mark Ludwig Horst at they might know the Black Cat Cabaret. Everyone thought it was because the cabaret sold heroin. But It was counterintelligence. I escaped with the files. Ludwig died. At least 20 other people died. Since my target is no longer alive, I should be brought back across the wall. I don't think it is safe for me here. And I still have those files. That's the message for my handler. So, we add 2 to the exposure, making this an 18. And we compare it to our number. 307. This is 20. I got away with it. Don't have to burn all the files. So this means we go into the last stage, and the last stage is exfiltration. Let us see. Your time in the adversary country is coming to an end. To the organization, you are now a blunt tool, an unloaded gun, but a smoking one nonetheless. To be caught now after what I've done, and with what I know, would be worse than if I'd never started it all. What would be the consequence of being caught? What is the fallout of your mission? And most importantly, how will I get out of here alive? Well, the consequences of being caught, I would be killed. I would be killed. This is it. But worse than that, I think. I would probably be... I'd be sent to Gulag, of course. But I would be exposed as a traitor. I mean, all the people that I went to the cabaret with, and the people from Mozambique and Vietnam that I played with and made friends with would think of me as only a liar. They would think that everything that we've done together, all the time we had, was just a lie. That I was never actually a friend, that I was never... They will feel used. It's probably curse my name. Just fallout. Well, things of fallout is... Life is much more difficult for all of the homosexual people there in East Berlin, because it just reinforces the idea that they cannot be trusted, that they can be turned and blackmailed, and I've made it worse for people who are just workers. Regular people did nothing wrong at all. Just trying to live a life, and this... I don't know how I can fix that. How will I get out of here? I suppose I have to try to get over the wall. So cliche, so obvious. Well, let's see. The handler wants a final report before I can leave, before they'll find a way to bring me out of this place. And do you know what that means? We need to get the final broadcast. So, let us see. What can we hear?
5, 3, 3, 5, 6, 6, 5, 7, 4, 0.
The first three numbers that came through were 5, 3, 3, or 5, 3, 3. Those are our numbers. There's we have some things we're going to need to have a discussion with all of us. So we have to look up our one-time pad and see what there is to see. So the prompt is pad 5. I should have made very different choices with my life that I did not make. So table 5, row 3, cell 3 is a B1. And then a success is table should be 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Table 6. And column 3. And then row 3 is a C5. My success is a 5, which, well, I suppose we must see what this means. I suspect. So, exfiltration. I want to check one thing we have to do. We have to check this. When we do the stages, we want to make sure we do this in the right order. So you do your codes. Yes, we pick this. Then we write a report. Then we check our exposure level. You can then burn the evidence after determining sex rank and writing report. Okay, this is how this goes. This is how this goes. So, B. We have the choice right now. We have the best success, which is a 5. The best success you can make. So, we have a choice. We take the success, but we will be caught. Or we fail miserably. And we will not be caught. I suppose we read the prompt before we write, yes? B. It is time to go. After you finish this final report, you will destroy any evidence that could be linked back to your organization. Once the job is complete, how will you exfiltrate? What's the plan, and where should your allies come get you? My friends, we have the choice. We fail the mission, but don't get caught. Or succeed in the mission and get caught. What do we do? This is our final choice in this moment. We have all of these papers, we have all of this evidence, all of these things. And if we take them all out, all of the details about who's been infiltrated and what they're doing, all the plans, I have with me all of this information about the KGB and the Stasi. And if I take it out, if I get it out, it will go and I won't. Or I don't give it to them. And then I leave and I get out. The problem is that Valtiel, you have this is the problem, isn't it? If I get out by destroying all of the evidence, everything I've done, then that feels very selfish. It feels like I've done all these awful things to people that I cared about. And now, to save my own skin, I destroy all the things that I got just to save myself, or what? But on the other hand, the things that I've taken are just more evidence of the terrible things that I've done. So this is a conundrum, isn't it? I don't feel like I deserve to escape. But I also don't know if I really want to give them all this information. And there's it's one or the other. I escape, but don't give them the information. Or I give them the information, but I don't escape. What would Ludwig do? I think Ludwig would pass on the information. But I also think that Ludwig wouldn't want me to escape. I think he would want me to suffer. I also I know what I have to do. This says here, once you've written your final report, add your success rating to your exposure and listen to the broadcast one last time. There's some of the digits, we don't know if I will escape or not. There's some of the digits and the keys below your exposure. Congratulations, you made it out safely. If it's equal above, well, doesn't bear thinking about. So, we have to listen one more time. It's the final exposure, yes, yeah. This is difficult. It's difficult. I think what I do is I think that I have to destroy the evidence. And I think I do destroy the evidence that ties me back here. But I'm going to burn all the evidence, not just... But how can I burn this evidence that all the people who died so that I could get this thing? But They didn't die so I could get it. They died because I wanted it. It's poisons, all this information. And it involves people who are... All right. I will give them the information. Like a very good spy. That's what I'll do. Like a very good spy. I will package everything up, and I will send it along. It's time for me to make my final report. My final report. Well, let's send this to back. Also this to back. And we write our final report. Stage 5. Exfiltration. We need a code. Because this is, after all, what we must do. I'm telling you, it's not good. What we need to do includes the name of the constellation currently visible in the night sky. Okay, I'm going to pick the code, your report must contain a secret message that is composed of every fifth word in the message. This is the ones that I will do. That is the one. So you know. And now I'm going to write this report. My final report, where I explain to them exactly how to get me. Yes. Every fifth word. All right then. I have had a fuck ton of heat. So you know. I'll say that I covered my tracks and quit while ahead. I'll put this package of info, I'll put this package That's not how you spell put. Every fifth word, everyone. I'll put this package. I fixed it. I'll put this package. Wrapping it. It's a job. Wrapping this package. Securing it's a job. In a briefcase. And send briefcase and send it across the wall. Oh, not spelled right. Send it across the wall. My reports are all here. Family. Family will sleep safe. With retirement. Family will sleep safe. Their retirement pensions, retirement investments, free from communism. To all good patriots, to them, I raise a glass. I did. I performed perfectly. I never betrayed my oath. Or I never betrayed the oath I swore. My honor, my duty fulfilled. My friends will never know what I did. That's a story. That story I can't tell. But I can live in the sun. But I can live in the bright sun. With memories of hopes, with love, for myself. Pick up the package. I will be at the wall No, I will leave it, but won't be standing by. My return will be the next day. No. My return will be accomplished. Oh, is it off? Oh. You're right, I do. Thank you, Krellin. One moment. I need another one between my duties fulfilled, my friends. I never betrayed the oath I swore, my duties fulfilled. Yet, thank you, yet, my friends will never know what I did, the story I can't tell. But I can live in the bright side with memories of love for myself. Pick up the package. I will leave it, but won't be standing by. My return will... My return will... My return will be done. My return happens with or without. My return can be done. My return will... My return does not need... No. My return... can be accomplished. My return will be accomplished tomorrow without your aid. Last. I killed Ludwig. That is the message. But the message within is... Fuck you. I quit this job. Send my family retirement to them. I betrayed my friends. I can't live with myself. I won't return without Ludwig. Now it says that we are to add our success rating to our exposure. By the way, our success was a 5, which makes our exposure a 23, which is very unlikely that we're going to be able to make it past that. But we shall see. At 23. At 23. We must listen to the radio one more time. And so, we do. I'm ready.
Sechs, fünf, sieben, vier, 0.
657. 657. 657 is an 18. If the sum of your digits in the key is below your exposure, congratulations, you made it out safely. If it's equal or above, well, it doesn't bear thinking about. So, there is a final verdict here. And I don't know what it says. If you successfully complete your mission, your final exposure rating is also a measure of your overall success. 22 to 24. Your code name is a guarantee of success or a harbinger of ruin, depending on who whispers it. And I think I gave them everything, all of the papers, but not all of them. I did. And they got all the things they wanted. All the evidence that they need to continue the Cold War, which makes me a hero. But I knew that it was only a matter of time. If I didn't leave immediately, the Stasi would come and get me. They were so close. Very close. If I just was faster, I could have gotten out, but I had to go to that small little bistro where Ludwig and I would have food. I dropped off the package, put it on a train car. It made it across the border. It made it on the other side of the wall. It was a metro. I had someone carry it for me, someone who wanted to leave. So they made it out of my place. And I sat There's a bright sun. A sidewalk, cafe, drinking hot lemon juice with honey. And of course they found me. I knew they would. I'm going to die in the gulag. But I suppose that's just how it has to be. And that is Number Station. Oh, it will happen like this. A car will pull up and a friend, someone you trust, will get out and ask you to come with them. Oof. Yeah, that is Number Station. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. My goodness. It's very The Spy Who Came In From the Cold, right? You see the movie with Richard Burton? Yeah. That's a very La Carre sort of vibe, right? That is very much that. Wow. What a super interesting game. I have to say, I think it'd be really interesting to play it by tuning in to the radio stations themselves, because you can't do the state, like we did all 5 stages all at once, but if you're doing it by actually listening to the number stations, you can't do it all in one sitting, because you have to wait until the next broadcast to get your numbers. And that's interesting. I don't know if you I have something to show you. Where did I put it? Give me a second. I have something to show you. I've got a thing. I've got to make sure I can bring it up to you. Where's the website? Oh, I'm just going to tell you. Brutal is what I'm trying to say. All right, let me go here. I'm going to find a way to show you. Whoop. Okay. Hold on. Oh, people. Brutal. Can I do this? I think I might just have to type it in. Hold on. I want to show you something. This is like a very, very Spy Who Came In From the Cold. See, what's interesting is that if I had, here's the thing, I could have gotten out of that by destroying the evidence. That would have gotten Ludwig in trouble. That would have lowered my exposure, would have saved him. But that's what happens when you start blackmailing people for capitalism. Brutal. So yeah, it's very German. Yeah, it's definitely a niche mechanic, but it works. Yeah, I think it's just super interesting. Yeah. Chromatic says, we had a question about favorite game-specific accessor. This number station is my new one. Isn't that really interesting? So here's what I wanted to show you. Let me see if I can get this here. I'm sure I can. You know what I'll do? I'll do it like this. Let me go up here and let me do this. And then what I need to do is go to studio mode, go down to my documents. No, not documents. It's Roll20 master. Yes, that's fine. Great. I think this will do it. I think it'll do it. Let's see. Okay, so this here is prium.org, which is like one of these amateur places obsessed with numbers, with the number stations, and it will tell you when the next number station broadcast is going to be. So the next broadcast station is HM01 on this particular frequency in 2 hours. This is the thing. Like, we don't have one going on, right? But you can see the entire schedule for all of the different number stations and when they're going to go and broadcast. This game itself recommends that you listen to E11 because that one is in English and it broadcasts regularly. But what's cool about this particular, and by the way, this website is listed in the game book itself. Like, you can go to the game book and you will see it. And the target, so you can be working in Korea. Absolutely, yes. And they've got, so the number here, V is for various languages. M is for Morse. E is for English. G is for German. S is for Slavic. So that those codes tell you what the languages are. But here's what's cool about it. Sadly, I cannot show you right now because there's nothing going on at the moment. Sadly. But if you click on this link right there, if you click on it, it will take you to the. One moment. It will take you to the University of Twente in the Netherlands. And what this website is a shortwave radio. So you can actually tune into the shortwave radio here from this website. So like currently we're at 11,462 kilohertz, which is where that one radio station will be in 2 hours, but it's not there right now. And you can tune in. Speaking of which, what's happening on our radio, by the way? Wait. Wait. I actually think there's something over here. So basically, there's a shortwave radio here that you can use to try to find your own number stations to listen to them. The first website will bring you exactly to the frequency where that number station is going to be broadcast at that, right? But you can also just go searching yourself, looking at the waterfall to see if you can get any interesting hits. Right? If there's anything interesting going on. So anyhow, this is I will tell you a side note. There's something there. So I'm going to tell you something in like 2 seconds. Wait. There was something. And you can see what's there. There. Sounds like some, it's not Morse, but you can, there's something there. Anyhow, and then you can filter it. You can do your various things you got to do. That's all a possibility. Those are all things that are possible and doable that you can do. Anyway, all that's there. So if you want to go and do that kind of excitement, I'm going to turn off my that shortwave radio. There. Okay. So what I wanted to tell you was that what I was just doing, that was not my job when I was in the Army. That is the intercept operator's job, and I was the analyst. So there'd be intercept operators that would go and do that. They would just sit there, for like 12 hours with their headphones on, doing radio work. And then I would do the analysis. I would like take all the stuff that was taken and I would do the analysis on it and then like figure out what's going on. So the sitting there, like doing the radio part, I did it. That was not my job. But I would go down to the bay and visit with them and see what it was like, because I wanted to see what their job was like, because I was telling them what to do. That was like part of your job as the analyst, is like, okay, well, we had to figure out where people were going to be and when, and then we would tell the operators, go to this frequency at this time to find these people. And so we would direct them. And then, but I wanted to know what it was like. I wanted to hear what they were doing. Also, I bring them donuts, because sitting behind, like, in headsets, listening to static for 12 hours is kind of rough. So that's what we did. And it was, what an amazing game. This is so Xmas gift for my brother. Yes, this game is so interesting. I just like a little bit of a. So, by the way, I will not be playing the next one, Operation Swordbreak, which is about you destroying capitalism. Good though. Even though my tower is just there, ready to go, but it is my camera. It's ready to go. But we're not going to play it because it's too late. It's already 11 o'clock. So no, none of that one. But I do have a number of these games all set up so that if we, if somebody runs out, if we have to cancel a Gamblers, I've got some more espionage. Krellin, in case you're interested, Operation Swordbreak is, I'll just read the back so that you can get the vibe. The regime never stops, devouring planets. It's kind of sci-fi. Devouring planets in hope since the beginning of time. Once the weapon is complete, resistance won't even exist in dreams. You are a spy, undercover behind the regime's lines, the only person willing to do what's necessary. Operation Swordbreak, sabotaging the weapon before it's ready to destroy all life, is your only chance. That is, if the hunters don't get you first. Operation Swordbreak is a solo RPG about paranoia and struggling against an unbeatable oppressive system. It's a game about making sacrifices and fighting for hope, even when all hope seems lost. I'm a Bothan, and yes, this one, Operation Swordbreak, is very much, they say so very specifically. Where is it? Well, opening page says, just a little note, racist, sexist, fascist, homophobes, transphobes, or people who subscribe to any other sort of bigotry or injustice against minorities, you're not welcome here. And we don't want you playing any of our games. But this one here, it says, where was it? They said it was like inspired at some point in time by like Rogue One. And here it is. Operation Swordbreak is inspired by stories such as Mobile Suit Gundam, Star Wars, especially Rogue One and A New Hope, and every Cold War thriller featuring an arms race, especially those directly involving espionage, such as the Metal Gear series. It's also inspired by cosmic horror and having an undefeatable system working against you, trying to kill you every day. So basically, capitalism, racism, sexism, there are many of these you can choose from, and then you are going to go and try to stop it from winning. And that is this one, which is, the next one, I think, on my plate for when we have to do when we've got a solo one-shot time coming in. So, thank you. I just want to say this was like what a really interesting game. That one there, Numb3r Station, really interesting. And there are some fascinating mechanics in there, right? In terms of, because I had a 23, which means theoretically I could have beaten it, might have beaten it, but odds were not good. Odds were not good that I would beat it, but I could have theoretically, but if I wanted to guarantee, I could have just not succeeded in one of my earlier missions. So there's something very interesting about like, when do you push, when do you fail, when do you succeed? How do you deal with that? Yeah. So a 0 is a 10. A 0 is a 10. So if I'd gotten 3 zeros, no, which is not going to happen. If I'd gotten like 1 0 and like some other high numbers, like a 7, 8, 0, that would have done it for me. It's possible, but I was just too successful, right? And I think that's the thing. So the character, right, Adi, he was so good at his job, and that's what killed him in the end. Do you know what I mean? Being so good at his job, but the job is bad, right? It's a bad job. It's not a good thing to do to get people's trust and then betray them, right? That's just it's not good. To blackmail people, it's bad. Getting all sorts of people killed, like, wow, he was so good at his job, but it was his success that caused his destruction. Actually, and that of course is the mechanic in the game, right? The more successful you are, the more in danger you are. But the success is like, oof, rough, rough, rough. It was really good. I'm gonna think about that for a while. Also, yeah, yeah. In Extra Game, the only winning move is not to play, or to purposefully fail certain missions early on or in the middle, so that you can live with yourself and then also make it out. Which is sort of like maybe the only winning game is to be not so good at your job. Maybe you don't want to be such a blind loyalist for the man. Maybe that's what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. We should do an Oracle solo game about the analysis side of this. Yeah. Yeah. So I want you to know that I do finally have the James Bond 007 RPG with the solo campaign. There are a couple of games in here that I really want to sort of what is currently unchecked, my friend? What are you doing? Boom. Okay. So I'm really interested in. I'm really fascinated by the ways in which different solo games do different things. Oh, our stream is over, but I'm just going to tell you a couple things for a second, just, and then we're going to go. So I'm teaching this seminar in ludomusicology. By the way, people on YouTube, if you don't want to hear chatting, you can go. But I'm teaching this seminar in ludomusicology, and ludomusicology is a field that's almost exclusively about video games, which I find not interesting because the term technically means music, the study of music and play, or music and games, and video games are not the only play in games. And so like one half of my seminar is not video games, it's other things. And last week, so not last week, this week, Tuesday, we did the game Something Is Wrong Here, which if you saw me stream it, I streamed it with PB and Billy and Marcus, like sort of the Lynchian one. And that game has in it, that RPG has in it specifically that you need to play certain music at certain times. Portishead, Sufjan Stevens, Nine Inch Nails, it's like there's a very specific sort of way in which music works in that game. And which very cool. I was enjoying it very much. But I also had these players as part of their homework do the starter solo adventure in the red box of D&D, you know, the caves with Bargle and all that. I had them do that one. And it was really fascinating because they're like, oh, we didn't like that because it was like a choose your own adventure book, not like an RPG where you do all the stuff. And I was thinking about how early solo adventures did a lot of the kind of early solo adventures functioned differently than these. Like this is a very different kind of solo adventure than like that old Bargle one. And to think about how solo adventures sort of worked differently over time is really fascinating. And now I'm thinking about it. Like I'm thinking about that red box D&D solo adventure, or All Night's work, the solo adventure, introductory solo adventure for GURPS, or for a number of these things, and how they differ from either the Oracle-based solo games or the kind of procedurally generated solo games. Anyhow, I'm thinking about it because I think it's really interesting, and I am excited to talk about it. Bargle, yeah. Chad Farrell, get it out. Maybe you'll play. Oh, I'm gonna play tomorrow. By the way, I should say, Krellin reminded me, tomorrow at noon, you can find me playing The Outer Worlds, and we're gonna finish that DLC tomorrow. I'm telling you right now, we're gonna finish it, and I'm very excited about that. And yeah. We're gonna do that. Noon Eastern. Max, are you winning? Krellin says he won so hard he died, and that was true. I love how this game brought out the good spy versus good person crisis. Really good. See, other doc GM'd me in this wonderful spy game using Rosetta, and what's great about Other Doc, I give him a lot of recommendations for some spy stuff, is that he gets the crisis, right? The crisis of good spy versus good person. Like that particular kind of the realist spy genre is a downer. And this did this very, very well. And it was very thematic, very cool. Um, really well done. Really well done. Very impressive. Max says there was I think it might have been a D or a D&D game that was connected with classical music. Ooh. Oh, that would be, well, now I want to know about it. You were advised to play certain music during certain encounters. Maybe it was in Dungeon Magazine. Max, if you can find it, you have to link it to me because I will then put it in my class the next time I teach this class. And I have to have it. If I don't have it, I'll die. I won't die, but I'll be very sad. Yes, I need it. If you can find it or discover it, please let me know because I need it. This is a thing. This is a thing that I'm going to need. Yes, just 100%. Yes, I'm returning to Alone Against the Dark tomorrow. Oh, nice, excellent, nice. Crow says only if you talk for a little bit tonight, Trooper. You missed the stream this week. I know I did. Oh, Chromatic says it's why I left Starforge. I just realized things aren't a game. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've really been enjoying Starforged Ironsworn. I've been enjoying it a lot. And again, that's like this. Again, they're just like, I'm really fascinated by the way, this is why I really need to play 1,000-Year-Old Vampire, because 1,000-Year-Old Vampire and Starforged are the two big ones people talk about. But the other one people talk about, which I have in that box over there, but I've not yet done anything with, is the Mythic Emulator. So if I think about some of the big models, like the Mythic Emulator is like one of the big things people talk about. Ironsworn Starforged is one of the big things people talk about. 1,000-Year Vampire is one of the big things people talk about. But I really like the Rune as well. So like I'm really sort of in a moment, I'm kind of just enjoying exploring how people do solo games differently. And this one was really interesting. I will also note I do quite like the Wretched and Alone games, the ones that use the Jenga tower to sort of like as their way through. I like those as well. I mean, you can do them poorly or well, but yeah. But one of the things that I have, one of the games that I prepped that I was not able to fully prep, which was not on my list, but it's called White Lies, and it's an OSR based. It's a hack of White Hack, so it's OSR, and that's interesting. So I'm kind of interested in pulling in how different people are doing these solo games because I want to talk to you all about it. Basically, I'll look for it. Such a vague memory. Yes, but you can find it. I'll write myself a note and look. I promise. I know it existed though. I can just barely remember. I will see what I can like. Dungeon like D&D. Was it a solo adventure or was it a group adventure? D&D module classical music. 80s, maybe. Termination Trust. I vaguely remember that one. Dungeon Magazine feels right, but it's been so long. See, if anybody can find it, let me know. Because I'm going to want to use it in my class, like 100%. Just a lot. Ravenloft, maybe? Group adventure. Okay. This will be really useful because I had a thought recently about sound because people are like, oh, when I told people that I like half the weeks are not going to be doing video games, people are like, really? Like what could you do that's about sound and music that's not video games? Like what would you do? Would you just like, and somebody said, would you just talk about being playful? And I was like, no, there are a lot of games that aren't video games that deal with sound. Right. And so something's wrong here directly, but we did Stop Thief, which is directly related to sound. If I had Simon Says, I would have done that. We did hand clapping games. This coming week, we're going to do game shows. So we're going to do like Name That Tune and American Idol and Jeopardy and the Jeopardy theme. So we're going to do like game shows next week. The week after that, we're going to do sports. So we're going to do like cheerleaders and pep bands and chanting in audiences. And I might do figure skating as well. But there's like a lot you can do. But I had this, there were a few songs written for Dragonlance. Ooh, Stormbender. I wanna see that. Um, and of course we can do video games. That's obvious, right? I really wish I could do a pinball machine, but I would want there to be an actual pinball machine they could play. That would be very interesting. But I was just, yes, Rissa, exactly, halftime shows. One of the things I want to do, because I think it'd be just too perfect, is OSU, the OSU marching band had this massive halftime show that was about video game music. And they like marched like they were Mario, all that kind of stuff. Um, but I think I had this thought about RPGs, tabletop RPGs, and music and sound. I had this thought. It hit me. I think this is the way. This is, I think, where I want to go if I'm going to write an article about this. Because somebody was like, "You should write an article about like RPGs and sound and music," and I was like, "I'm not there yet. I don't." The obvious things to be like, people use music as background music when they're running RPGs in actual plays, and somebody, I'm sure somebody's already written that, but that's not necessarily interesting for me yet. I was like, that's not interesting. I don't want to. I don't think there's anything really new or interesting about that particularly. Like, there's no good argument there. There's no argument in that one. Back in high school, I made a mixtape of music from Star Control 2. Ooh. Well, there's always diving into filk. Yes. Somewhere about gaming, D&D besides just fandoms. Yeah. Dungeon Magazine 49, Castle of the Blind Sun. Dungeon Magazine 49, Castle of the Blind Sun. Okay. Okay, so I was like, oh, I could talk about like, something's wrong here. Those things would be like good. But I just had an idea when I was thinking about it. And this is a very sort of avant-garde idea, and then I swear I'm gonna go. But I was thinking about, with tabletop RPGs, imaginary sound is what I was thinking about, right? Because somebody was saying that they could hear the sound of the giant rats, right, in that Bargle adventure. And I was like, okay, so what about all of the sound? And this actually goes back to something that Krillin had once said. There was a discussion about fully voicing PCs in computer RPGs, and how once you start fully voicing the main characters, you just can't have as much text and dialogue because you just can't afford all that sound. And so not having it voiced and having text can allow you for more flexibility, et cetera, et cetera. But I was thinking about, because I think one of the students was like, I wish I could have heard like all the sound effects, right? And I was like, wait, no, actually, I think there might be something really interesting about the fact that a lot of the sound, not all of it, but there's quite a bit of sound in a tabletop RPG that you make up yourself in your own mind. Do you know what I mean? And so I'm thinking about like crafting the sounds in your mind while you're playing, right? Sort of playing the sounds. The sounds do not exist outside, but they exist inside of your mind. That's what I'm thinking about right now. And I feel like there's an interesting space there. I feel like there can be an interesting presentation or article about the role of imagined sounds in role-playing games, because I think that they're actually quite important. This is what I'm thinking. Let's see. I'm going to copy this link. Address. Yeah, so this is my current thought. My current thought is that there's something to really be said about imaginary sounds, and especially like sort of like the first quests, the music. Ooh, there's a map in there. Oh, must have. Oh, ooh. Okay, well, it is on YouTube, but that's not the point. The point is that I also would like it. I want the map. I'll figure it out. I'll find it. That's really good. Ooh, yes. Yes. A poster named Ardano Silverbow on the Dragon's Foot org forum says it is their favorite adventure and suggests playing certain pieces at certain points in it. Ooh. Copy link address. Hey, I closed a whole bunch of tabs for this stream tonight, and now I'm going to open them up again, just so you know. Including Vivaldi's Summer and Ride of Valkyries. Oh, interesting. Oh, Crin Woman. I think I know, not personally, but I think I know Crin Woman. I think I've read some stuff by her. Oh. Yeah, like certain sounds be suggested but not spelled out by either the way a module is written or the way the GM runs the game. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm thinking about like, oh, thank you, Max Writer. The one Krellin posted is subtitles, music, and magic go awry. Ooh, nice. Yeah. So I'm just thinking about imagined sounds, and because and if I know it sounds so weird, right? Because I'm thinking about this new D&D VTT, which I'm not excited about. BP Phantom says, from the module Krellin referenced, to be maintained the musical theme of this adventure, recommendations for optional mood music are given throughout the text. These selections are not in the DM's collection. They might be found at a local library, or the DM may substitute his own music. Okay, well, yes, this is going to have to be in the next time I teach this class, and I'll have to think about it, because I'm really, yeah. And actually, this is also really useful. Yeah, no, that's really good. I'm going to, yeah. So, it's from 1994. Oh, that's good. Because here's the thing. People love to blame actual plays for everything, either good and bad, right? But I feel like almost everything that's being done in an actual play has been done before actual plays by someone. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Yeah. So I was just going to say that I was thinking about how there's this big push with a new D&D virtual tabletop, it looks like, where they're really trying to make it seem like a 3D video game. And my thought is no, because I, as a GM, do not want to have to go and like make 3D assets or buy 3D assets for everything. And then it really locks you in. And they're like, look, there are animations when you hit somebody and there's all this and there's all that. And I was like, yeah, I need a bit more space for imagination so I can improvise and be flexible. And so I'm thinking about the value of the unvoiced, the unexplicit, the ways in which leaving the gap can allow for like sound in interesting ways, like in your mind. Yeah. You can also get a physical copy from between $11 and $17. Ooh, okay. What about things like MC Frontalot and the Stupendium? Yes, we're gonna do some of that in the last session. I'm gonna do game music, but not in the context of a game, but like people making songs about games, people doing chiptune music, or like the symphonic tours of Final Fantasy music. You know what I mean? Like I want to sort of the last week is game music, but taken out of the context of games. That's gonna be the last week. They brought in a guy that doesn't even play D&D to make that, because the people running that What's Your Words, yeah, it's just ridiculous, right? I was like, well, I mean, if I wanted to play Baldur's Gate 3, I could do that, and I probably will. It's just that I don't necessarily need that at my tabletop game. That's all. Hey, everybody. Number Stations is really good. It's also not particularly expensive. And it now makes me think, what are other things you could do with Number Stations that might be neat? What else? Like I have to say, this was quite inspired. I think this was a really, really thoughtful, thematic, and interesting game that I am really excited I got to play. And I'm really excited that I got to play it with you all. And wow, that was heavy. But I've got Dr. Pepper, so I feel like it'll be okay. I have lyrics for a Call of Cthulhu satirical song called Call Me Mad. Need to actually get my shit together and work on it again. I actually have another thing for you. It is Pitch Dark by Frontalot is a really good example of music about a game that also somewhat captures the cadence and feel of the game. That is a good one. It is Pitch Dark by Frontalot. That's yeah. So there are things I want to talk to you about but we're gonna have to just talk about them tomorrow. Because I was thinking about my students' reactions to playing the Bargle, and one of the things I thought was fascinating was they're like, it was just so complicated, and I was like, what was it? I mean, I was 11, right when I ran myself through it, and so I kind of wonder what we think of as complex and how that might have changed over time, and what that means. Do you know what I mean? Like, anyway, I just have thoughts, but we will talk about those things tomorrow. I personally am very likely to be eaten by a grue, because my encumbrance means I'm moving slowly, is what that one is. Yep. Other Doc, thank you for being here. It's so great. Look, I want you to know that I've got a bunch more espionage games, including one where we're going to take down the man. That's Operation Swordbreak, and I'm really excited to play it. But we won't be playing it tonight. We'll be playing it soon. When? I don't know. But everything's set up for it. I have gotten all the pieces together, so if it happens, it'll be easy. It'll be an easy thing for me to do. If you think this predicament is particularly cruel, consider whose fault it may be. See, this is why you have everything. Well, I was around that age playing Zork the first time, and God knows they were much harder. Yeah, next week is Traveler. So, according to my schedule, we should have Traveler. We should have, unless something happens that I'm not aware of, in the schedule itself, we should have a Traveler game every single week for the next, until we finish the season, so which is like mid-December. And looking at the call sheet, there is no week guaranteed where more than one person will be missing. So we should have basically a full cast most of the time, maybe one person missing, which is still good to go for running. But here's the thing. I really wanted everybody together for the next session because stuff. Fox is probably going to be there in the very beginning, then have to go do Shakespeare and then come back at the end. But we're going to have... Look, they told me they want to go and like experiment with psionic drugs, which means I was like, those psionic drugs have been hanging out, just waiting there as like a big old Chekhov's gun. You're going to go look into them? All right. So stuff is going to happen. What's going to happen? I don't even know. Even Black Friday? Yeah, it's in the calendar. We're doing it. I'm into it. And I have to tell you a secret. When season 3 ends, we will of course be having a break, and we'll be doing things in the break. But when I was at that wedding, talked to AJ and Claudia, and they were like, "We think we're ready to go and do more Cthulhu Confidential," and I was like, "Excellent." So, looking at some Cthulhu Confidential at some point in time. There's some, got stuff. I'm excited for that. I just need. I need to do something. A friend of mine is producing games, and I need to go and run one of his games, and maybe I'll do that for the streamiversary. I want to see if I can get a good streamiversary in, and if like in an ideal world, I will do 2 RPGs for the streamiversary like I did last time, 12 hours, 2 RPGs, and then 1 maybe a video game, something else. But there's a lot of like good, exciting things that are on the horizon. I just have to figure out the scheduling for it. That's the big deal. But I also want to do more Tunnels and Trolls with that wonderful crew, because good times. Most of Just People are away for things. But yeah. My friend Lucci and I have been trying to find time to get there and finish Zork 3 for months. Other docs, Zork 3 is hard. That's all. That's all I'm going to say about that. So I'm going to go. The search term that found it was Dungeon Magazine Adventure Classical Music YouTube. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, minus YouTube. Got it. So what am I going to do? Let me tell you where you can find me. Oh, I should also look up. I should do the look. We got to give our outros, right? So first off, let me see if there's anything here that I need to look at before I run over there. Yes, I would like to thank... We got some bits. I want to thank Stormbender for those 100 bits, saying I got my Crash Jones coffee mug. Oh, do you love it? I love my Crash Jones coffee mug. It is my joy. Yes, so thank you, and thanks you for all the resubs. And let me see. You can find me tomorrow at noon here on this channel for The Outer Worlds. We're going to finish that DLC. I can feel it in my bones that have been fortified by Starbeam chocolate milk. And and that means we're then going to move into Endgame because we're about at that space. So that's noon. And then Sunday at 8 p.m., I'll be over at Praxagor Before His channel for Carousel Court. Monday at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel will be Montreal by Night. My PC has left the coterie, and we're gonna see what happens there. And then I'll be back on Thursday for the Disco Elysium. I don't have any ridiculousness for work coming up. I don't think. I mean, I've got faculty meetings every single day next week, but I don't have a 12-hour ridiculousness. So that's fine and dandy. Yeah, so that's me. So you can find me here. You can find me at troopersjp on Bluesky, YouTube here. You can find me at Academic Foxhole on Twitter and Patreon. The Patreon goes to help pay for the cast. And let me see. We've got a merch store, which is awesome, and a Discord, which is also awesome. And we've almost finished the royal puzzle. I feel like we've got to be getting closer to the end by now. Yeah. And let me see, what else do I want to tell you? Yes, there was one other thing. I have got a bunch of things I really want to do before. Spoiler, not really, because I'm not telling you anything detailed. You know, the Mongoose just put out the World Builder's Handbook, which I bought. And so I was going through #1, and I was developing it by going through. So the World Builder's Handbook allows you to build a world from scratch or take a world that already exists and then amplify it. And I have been going through that, and I have been building out #1 into greater detail. They probably will not stay at #1 very long, to be honest. But I don't think they will. But now I've really developed that planet because I want to make a surprise for everybody, and we will see. Now I will get to work on it. I'll get to work on it. That's what I got to do. So I'm gonna go, and it is almost midnight, so I'm not gonna raid anybody. But I will see you all tomorrow. I will catch you on the flip side, and you all are awesome in every way. And I had to rebuild my OBS scene for going solo because they didn't update and there's a lot of things that changed. But I did all that. I did all the updating, so the OBS is good for the next time we're gonna go and do a solo run of anything. I'm all ready for it, and I'm excited. So, my friends, thank you for being here. You all are amazing. You here and also on the YouTube. And take care of yourselves. Give yourselves some love. Like, have a milkshake or whatever it is that will make you happy. And I will catch you all on the flip side, everybody. Good night.